Well, I got a new watch. Check it out. My 80-year-old 80s self would be so happy. Got a Casio calculator watch now. 80s Cash would be so excited about all the friends that he would suddenly have because he has a Casio calculator watch. It only took me 30 years. Two junk PS4 controls actually look fine. Oh, you hacking him? What you doing? Oh, I pretended to show up. I got a pro Unity tip that I wanted to share with them or anybody else that does Unity work. Massive time saver. Right. What errors? Ooh, that sounds incredibly therapeutic. I love taking things apart and putting that together. Especially all the extra bonus screws you end up with. I actually need to do some disassembly soon on my Quest 2 controller, the right controller. The trigger sticks like just a little bit. It's really fucking annoying. It's just I got some beer in there or something, or some drink, and it's just really fucking annoying. But I can't afford to break that. That's my livelihood right now, so be careful. Okay, there's no errors in log, so let's sanity check this thing and see what the. Okay, check this out. Let me show you something I learned about Unity. There's a hidden option here. Okay, this is how long it takes Unity to normally start when you hit play. Just like wait with me here. It's only a few seconds, but just wait with me. Here we go. And start. Okay, so that one's not so bad. It's a few couple seconds. But other projects I'm working on, it takes about 15 seconds. You turn this option on, and you disable one of the things. All right, you ready for it? You hit play. You're done. It's like instant, and it shaves 10 seconds off every time I start my project to my VR project. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing. Yeah, my bad. Thanks for that. There we go. Sorry for that. To deal with my ugly mug. I'll show you again. Ooh, this is exciting. If you ever do any Unity work, this is it. This is Unity starting normally. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4-ish seconds. It's about 15 or more seconds on bigger projects. If I turn this little puppy on, and it is instant. It's so good for testing. Love it. On that note, I need to test to see what the hell my notes to myself saying, look at the errors in the log, or what errors. So let's just go with a basic combat here. I'm going to attack. That you turn that sensitivity down. All right. This thing's so cluttered still. Okay, that's the beginning. Turn 0. Turn 1 was when I attacked. That is true. Their health went down. The options they chose were turn 3 to heal themselves. Yes, that was one of the notes I left myself. Heals don't seem to be working at the moment. So the heal graph might be broken. So that heal didn't do anything. So that was not a good option for them. And then I healed myself, which is dumb. So my lead should have dropped there, and it did. I overhealed myself, so that was a waste. What are the other options they chose? To attack me, which did do something for 2 damage. It's kind of shitty. Unfortunately, I can't display the amount of damage happened here easily because this is graphs. This is the graph output now. So maybe I could come up with some hack for that. Okay, this thing's gonna keep bugging me. If I zoom out, it's too slow. If I zoom in, it's way too scrolly. This is Pertan's code, so let's dive in quick. There's got to be a lerp here somewhere. That zoom multiplier. No, I don't want to do this way. Zoom. It's gonna be math F lerp green. I already have a zoom in, zoom max. This should be straightforward. Or maybe it's not going to be linear. We'll see. It'll be min and speed. Wait a second. Sorry, I'm editing the wrong piece of code here. Zoom, wait a second. Zoom multi-pan. Pan multi. What's that even? Oh, completely different. Okay, it's a different fucking thing. Okay. Oh no, it's here. My bad. Pan multi never changes. Neat. So I want this to change as I zoom. So as well as doing this, I want the pan multiplier to go between, well, I'll make a minimum maximum. Min and multi. Nice. Go with, I don't know, minimum 150. We'll go from there. I think that had to be a negative as well. Now we got a pan multi, and this should be based on the percentage of zoom. And the zoom percentage. Not that one. Not that one. It's going to be basically zoom divided by maxing, like I imagine. Yeah. So my value is max zoom max. Let's spit that guy out. I've been making tons of little helper like LL tab, and like it's like and multi. Oh, and multi. Yeah, I'll fix that. I was changing that stuff. I'm trying to work in some productivity tools. Every Saturday, I say a couple hours aside to work on productivity stuff, so I can code even faster. 50. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be inverted. So pan multi when I do use it, negative. I don't like that pan multi on what and speed. And then it's not going to be. Doesn't need a value in there. It's just warming my brain up here. Although doing a few notes, pretty much my game plan for today. I love how fast that is. So that's too fast. It makes sense out here. So, oh, it's not changing. Let's make this pop up to see what the zoom is actually set to. Okay. So let's also put out the zoom divided by the max. Or it seems to be a brightness. Oh, so that's okay. There, I don't know those. The next thing I do is I need to add script assemblies throughout this entire thing. I'm not going to do that on camera. It'll bore the hell out of everybody. It's really tedious, but you can speed up your compile times by some iteration times. Hey, that's max. So I want at 1. That seems okay. And as I go in, definitely want some small. Let's try a min. Maybe you don't want a LARP here. I don't want maybe I don't want it. I'm not actually looping. What am I doing? I'm not changing this at all. Yeah, that makes sense. It's supposed to be LARP. And then it should be min. Yeah, okay, I'll catch. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. It's a bit better. Yeah, okay, that's sensible. 0.1. Let me try. It's 20. No? Yeah. Lovely. Save that. Move on. Clear out this crap. Now, why are heals not working? So in the history, I now have, instead of actions, I have actual graphs I can do. And here's our heal graph. So maybe that good graph is just bullshit. Well, it's pretty much the same as attack. Following me up. Interesting. How many heals do I have? I tried to set up things so I could stream my music out and listen to you guys, but it just did not pan out in the end. I think I need a product mixing. Audio mixer or some shit. Anybody knows how to do that. So basically doesn't end up in the recording on OBS. So it gets copyright hit by YouTube when I upload it. But also you guys can hear it. Preferably something you don't have to have on. Like what would be ideal is like a website you could just go onto to hear what I'm hearing. If you fancy my DJing. But you don't have to for this your shit. I was thinking about Shoutcast server, but that seems to change up a lot. Yeah, multiple. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be a nice addition to Discord. So do heal looks legit. I do seem to have 2 heals though, probably because one of the other I have a graph will heal. I'm sure. Tests cards on. Yeah, okay. I have one here. But that's fine. This is the one that we're actually interested in. And it does just a 2 heal, which dispatches intent of the heal intent between source and the target, which should be the same. Yep. Executes a heal intent that ends up eventually happening, and it should be happening here. Bear with me. I'm gonna do if I do some little productivity tweaks, it's because they help a lot. I made a little. I have this one like if I just want to know something's being hit, I just have one go reach in the method name, but I would also like to put class name there. So I use that a lot. And being able to do it in 3 character presses is hella preferable. And then that should be pretty easy. It's LR. Basically, it should have class name. Now I got that variable class name, give it a macro. It's where I writer could really use some improvement. I'd love to be able to write custom ones of these, but I can't. It's gonna be current containing type name, and that's what we're probably gonna do. I don't want that to be editable. Save. Try that. Lovely. That's a nice little. Let's see if my heels actually happen. Right. Here. So it did reach it. It did actually manage to. God, I have so many ideas for like productivity. I don't want to get caught up in it because I know like when you do a debug log, you can also actually pass in another thing, the game objects. So I could say, okay, well, if this is in a graph like this, highlight the whole like instead of just having like it is right now, all of these nodes are just hucked in here in one big thing. But if they were laid out in like a hierarchy, like as they honestly, that should be easy to do. That should be easy to do. Let's just try it. So my philosophy when it comes to like testing and tools like this, the second it feels like it's going to be useful is the second it is useful. And every second you wait after that, if it feels like a good idea, every second you wait after that is second tool didn't exist and it's costing you time. So when I do in my history, when I'm doing the enemy AI, this is when it's creating all of these futures. But each future, when I create the future, that's an ending. Create future. Add future to graph, right? So this is where I can do some proper parenting. This game state is as a representation. It doesn't have representation. It doesn't, but I can look it up. I'm pretty sure I can look that up. If I didn't add it in here, I did add it somewhere else. Really what I want is the game state node. That's the representation. So if you go to force graph, it's 1, 2, 3, n, which is 1, 2, 3 entity representation. So the entity representation is the graph node, which is what I want to be able to pull out of there. I'm pretty sure I already do have, I'm in the graph here. This graph, get representation. Definitely going to want that. I'm pretty sure I have it, but if I don't need that, in terms of productivity, I had this little extension to Rider. It tells me whenever I click on something that I didn't need to, it says, whoa, dude, you didn't need to click on that. You can use this keyboard shortcut instead. Good for learning. Oh yeah. So here creates the game state node. But I do have the present, so why not pass the present through? Ah, here, right here. That's what I want. I don't think it's unfair for that to know about it. Yeah. So I'll pass in the present exists. Pass the present. Nope. Pass the all game state nodes. Present. Otherwise, no. add that. Parent node. Past node. Yeah, it's the past. And that can be null. So if right, that should give us some kind of hierarchy. Which it totally did. Yep. That makes sense because there's only two possible. There's only two possible graphs, so that works. So now, if I select, say, here, I'll use this example. How the fuck would I be able to go from here, work out, wouldn't it be neat for debugging if I can know just by selecting well, I'm at first of all, what's that gain me right now? I'm not like a hell of a lot. Okay, I'll come back to that and when I find good use for it. I can think of something, but I'll come back to that when it's important. Right now, I'm more interested in why the heels aren't working. I don't think I'm forever fucking with these settings. Try to get something. It's less crappy. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the phone. Jesus. Oh my god. Has that been on the entire time? Fuck me. Holy shit, it has. The entire time. Oh my god. Fuck me. The entire time, I've been simulating 50 frames per frame. How long has that been on? That was supposed to be for pre-warm shit. That means I've been running at 50 times as much GPU as I need to. Well, goodness gracious me. Let's see if that improves things. I don't think it's going to make a massive change because the main bottleneck is the big bottleneck is it's the UI canvas rendering. Not that I can even pay attention to all that kind of stuff, but I do want to see what the hell that makes. It means I can probably do a billion times more pre-warms, which is 50 times. Helpful, not helpful. There's no need for that. Let's get this a bigger graph. Let it go 2 turns into the future. Oh, that's faster. Before that was at 50, which tanked the frame rate. There's the one ongoing bug that I don't want to spend time on putting it off, but things that just drift away. Okay, I made a right mess of something. Ah, these are the errors I'm probably talking about. These are probably the errors. It's trying to refer to something that got removed. And that came from. So it looks like there's links. Still links out there. Yeah, there's still links that should have been removed because when their parents got removed, something was not cleaning those guys up. So when the links get removed, there'll be. I got add link in here. No, where do I do add links up in history? No, add link. There, link nodes. So my link nodes adds a link. So these linked nodes aren't being cleaned up. Alright, see you a bit. Godspeed with the math tutoring. Make them smarter. Or okay, this is cleaning up fine. It's not here. It's going to be up at the representation level. It says representations that aren't getting cleaned up. It's just going to be something subtle. So I'm not keeping track of it in here anywhere, but when I do, okay, let's look at where I remove this. When I move to the future, this is when I go through and remove anything that wasn't, yeah, this here. Remove game states, the ones that didn't actually happen. So in here, it's removing a node, which is removing the link, but it's only removing it from the list. And that's not important. It's this though. That's removing the representation. So where else could the representation be? Somewhere else the representation is being referred to. This has the representation in it. So if that link is anywhere else, this is somehow leaving them behind. And it's okay, first of all, I know it's not destroying it. It's not destroying. Hey, CNAC, how's it going? I'm gonna keep mispronouncing your name forever. So you correct me. Hello. So you're being destroyed immediately, are you? I don't believe it for a second. Something's being left behind, so that suggests this ain't working proper. But it must be because it's removing the nodes. Let's do it again. So, ooh, there's some clues here. This only just started happening when I increased the simulation to 2. And an error. When it was at 1, this did not happen. I lied, that was Yeah, so it's just that's why it's getting 3E. It's not getting to the point of finding anything. It's just a bright mess. So there's some stuff lying around. It's still not connected to fucking anything. You can't see it, but it's trying to access it. And the oh, it's not. Oh, we got two fails here. It's really failing to clean things up. Really failing here. Let's remove game states. If generate graph, yeah, we are doing generate graph. We got an early bail here. Move to the future. Let's hit it. Some update. Not with the future. There should be none to remove. Good. How did you get here twice? Right, whatever. Should be nothing to remove yet. Should be now. Just to check where this is coming from. Ones to remove. Okay, so they're in there. Actually happened as full. So these are the ones that AI thought of. So there's one turn in the future. So that would be one turn for them. That would be 2 times 2. This should be plus, okay, the 6. So seems reasonable. Attack, 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 heal, heal, heal. So yeah, okay, whatever. And is it doing it? If this fucked up, then states isn't there. This is not a why am I doing this? Why am I doing it's got fucking weird. So it should be 3. Yeah, that's correct. The empty one and then the one with when I attacked and they decided to attack as well. And the ones to remove will be everything else. When they decide to attack, yeah, whatever. No, this is where the problem might lie. Game states. Do I have an early bail in here? This should fuck up hard if I can't find it because find node with entity that determines the node. Let's go here. Did find it. Entity is one of them. Nodes 9 should be 8. Destroy the representation immediately. Oh, fuck me. That's what Cass just added. The fucking nesting layering shit. I thought it'd be a great idea. Not a good idea. I started parenting things to each other to make more sense in the hierarchy, but I can't do that unless I get much more clever about removing them. I think it's gonna fail. I think that's what it is. Let me check that on. That's in create. That's in create. Future here. This is where I'm doing the parent and stuff. Let's take this out for now. We're still doing 1 round to predict. Now slips 2. We might be looking at even errors. Nope. Okay. We're never going to see. Let's figure that. That was me, my own doing. We're never going to see the heals in here because when the heals are not doing anything, so the AI will never select it. So I heal. What happens? My health did not increase, but I should have reached this. Let's see how this. Let's see if it can start. I'll heal first and see. Okay. And source the target to be under here. Wait, why is the target goat? That ain't right. Let's look when this actually gets created. They're doing that in their AI. And heal. Okay, it never hit the intent. It did get this, but it never actually created a heal intent, which is weird because that's happening in do heal mode. It's definitely what I'm using in the history of heal, unless I'm yeah, it's right here. Do heal. Timeline event, heal. This is never getting try this one then. Something simple wrong with heals. Heal. Agent Maya. Goats. Oh, what's this about? Hello. I'm actually healing them, so that's just a major bug. Somewhere. Yeah. This target goes, this nonsense. Create a future. I'm just something hard coding it to something. Yeah, there you go. I just okay. I found this thing. I need to urgently need to piss a cigarette. I'll be back in a second. I found the problem anyway. It's ignoring the graph. It's setting the target age in here, and it starts the aging graph where the target set. So actually, you know what? Maybe it's not necessarily the problem. I think this is okay. Or it should not be. I could just use the source for both. That's one workaround, but that's not correct. Oh, did you miss here? You didn't miss here. I don't think I am leaving. I'll go back to easy fix. Easy fix. This is hard coded. Should not be. The graph action itself needs to have actual targets on it, which will be agents. That's where we use. Yeah. Graph action when it's created needs to have source. So when I make this dude, I create this thing. There's a new. Oh, damn! Graph actions serializable. So that's actually not any good. We need another. We need another thing here. We need a graph action. This is actually, yeah, so this will be graph action. Let me do this again. This is going to be graph action definition. Right, no, I need to break this. I need to properly break this to see what all the uses of it are. So this will eventually be graph action definition. That's the stuff that appears in the inspector, so I can configure it. This one won't need to be serializable. It's going to be actual graph action, and it's going to have a definition. These will be replaced by cards, basically. Well, not cards, not timeline events. This thing, well, I need to know about who it's actually targeting and what thing. So the proper name, definition.name. It'll be source name casted used the definition action definition. It's a little bit more clear on target. And so now I broke everything. We go through fix and more. So this will be action. These will be the definitions. I have to refill those. And this expects, like, so on player damage like king, is pretty much make the assumption that the source, we can move this stuff from create the future, create the future, move the future, create the future. That one, I'll actually move these guys out. Here. So look at the source, which will be basically, do I have the agents in here? I kind of hope it don't. Oh, the agents will be in the actual game state context. So this will be the present, and the source team for player to do damage would be me. This will be doing damage the enemy. Now when we create, this is where we actually create a graph action. So in here we'll make a new graph action. The definition will be this. And our source, bring this in here. That's the kind of pattern we want to follow for all of these. Now the heal. Oh, sorry, that should be the same. Yeah, but this time targeting themselves and with the heal. Cool. Stun, same deal. This will be attacking. Just assuming we're not attacking ourselves. Stun. There. Right, now we have actual graph actions. Now you can do the same for the enemy. So it'll have to be a graph action. Then the definition graph and the actions source actions targets. Fix the bugs, fix the bugs. Again, it's the action. Let's just do this source. Just to shorten it up. Right now, it's fine now. Let's do a definition. This would be the source, the action source. And then everything should work. Get all of them. Definitions. One more here. That's definition. This will be definitions too. Down next error. That's all. That's right. Same again. Enemy is going to want to create. It's going to get a little bit big, but so be it. The definition would be that. It'll be available in the action, and then and this is going to depend totally on what they choose. So maybe I should just do this in the definition. Like let default. No, that's not flexible enough. So depending what they choose, we have to decide. Okay. Okay. So we'll have some kind of default getter for this. So the source is always going to be the enemy. So that will be agent from future get team agent enemy. Our target is going to depend on what action this is. So again, this is going to be a close by the parts, so it's going to be a simple way to get it from get a default action target. And just give it the action be available in that. This is going to be pretty action definition. And this can be pretty term action definition graph name. Switch on that. And if it's attack, and return. So you need to know which team. Also, so you need to know the name fleet. So it's going to need another team. Swift team. That gives me everything I need to game state to get. Now for attack, the target would be opponent, the opponent of the enemy. No, the opponent of the source team. Now the heal, target would be source team, stun. It's going to be the opponent again. Now we should probably use this. Should probably also use this. It's the current game state. I think that's future. It's enemy. Should probably do player action as well. Player. He's probably just to be consistent. Should be the default action target just to be consistent. Grab action. Action definition. Now we can do this one. So this is going to take the action definition, the present, and it's always the friendly. All these. That's a massive amount of repeating code here, so let's consolidate this into do player action and just give it a name. And we can just do all this here. It's player action, so it's always going to be the source, it's always going to be the friendly agents, and then we need to get the default. And so the action. But now we can, he's going to be just pretty stupid. In fact, we don't even use the other ones, it's just time, so let's just show all these off. Use a string casting on the UI instead. Controls, buttons. Some areas here. Okay, I wasn't quite finished here. Seeing thing here. It will be the player turn feature. And this will be player, friendly. And it will be available as player action. Source will be the friendly agent. And the default will be the available player action. I've lost my player action and source 2 friendly. The future is going to be different. It's going to be this one. Yeah. There we go. It's big growth looking, but a lot of this will go away. Now, if that compiles, quite first action taken should probably be the definition, actually. So that's the thing we're going to create a real action out of. In the original action, future takes clear here. Yeah. Now it's eventually going to need to use these in here when it's finished thinking, and this will be the definition. And now we create, this is what we have to do, another one of these creations. It's like we did everywhere else. Do enemy AI, this guy here, down to the error. Right? So the future we're creating, it's going to be based off an enemy, and it's going to be, we've got this definition, and the source will be shit. We can still use the present for this. And this will be the definition that we choose where this comes in. Again, we should reuse the present again. Yeah, the present's kind of neither here nor there. This needs to come from the present too. And we're good. In future, takes, if we override it, this is going to be a problem. Was that populated? Yeah, okay, let's incorporate it from there. So the future wants the definition there. This finally compiles. I'll have to go through my history and re-add the definitions. Oh, right, let's cool with it. And we test. Oh yeah, that's what I forgot. These need to now go with history on player action. This is the damage. Attack. Deal. Stun. Boom. And heal. Executed, healed, and do shit. That's alright. So the full health. They attacked. They attacked. Why is my health full? Okay. Am I seeing any movement here? I say it right. Say it right. It needs more logging. Huh. I'm gonna need, okay, I'm gonna need to improve the logging on this because I'm not really these events. Yeah, when I'm adding the events to the nodes, when I'm creating future, we create a node somewhere. Yeah, future to graph. Here we go. So adds the game state. That's the one that adds the node. It takes the game state, but should it take some more? I don't want this pass node anymore because this doesn't make sense anymore. That's fine, whatever. I want more information here, so it's going to need to take. If it takes, well, if it can be given the action that actually happened, then we got everything we need, really. Add the feature to the graph. So when we add that to the graph, we don't have the action here. We do here though. So when we're creating the feature, we need to also pass in. Let's put a node here. Action. Now we have an actual action in place. We can feed this into here. Oh, we already have an action too. Lovely. And one more error somewhere where this is closed. The other place is closed. You need, where is it? Ready? It's only using one place, huh? Okay, well, that was simple. Now this thing is gonna adds the game state, which has action taken. It's not really the best name for it. Action taken by, well. So now this node here that's being a node, but that doesn't change the fact that it is a game state node, which has this game state node not have the action taken. Because that would be bloody helpful. Well, no, it doesn't because it's the history, isn't it? That's what I'm interested in. When it's creating this history. Okay, the history's a bunch of fucking strings right now. That's got to change right off the bat. That's got to be a graph action. Should mix things up a bit. Yeah, I was never happy with those things being strings. It's useless. So now when we add, we're not re-adding the currents anymore. We're actually adding this. That's everything we need. The adulting future. We'll have basically a list of all the things that ever happened, all the actions that were taking place. So we're not adding an occurrence. We're adding a graph action. Add action to history. We don't care about this anymore. This will end up being root, and this will end up just being the action. You have literally everything it needs. That's got the definition. No, I mean, useful if it had the game state as well. Let's work from here. Let's work from here. Let's get started. Right, now let's get a ton of errors and initialize. Right, so this event is now an actual graph action. So we'll have a toString. We already have a toString on this, don't we? We do. Try that out size. I would use this down to, just for clarity's sake, I'm gonna do this down to 1 again. I know it makes for dumb AI, but it's fine. See what the fuck's happening. There we go. Maya used attack. Cool. It's much better. So turn 1, Maya used attack on goat 1. Lovely. Nothing happens to goat. So there's our first bug. And then, okay, I really, really want to know how much they attacked for. That could be tricky. Very tricky. It happened when you finished. Yeah, history. Actually, no, it's not in there. It's player action. Player action. Basically, whenever we create a future based on the action, this is where we do all our. Well, it's where it runs the graph. So, what we can do here is gross. Just kind of really gross. But again, this is it's gross enough that it might need to improve. So generalize this needed. Var previous player health equals the present player health. Same with the enemy. Now we run the graph. We do the same thing again. This is not this is gross because it only takes health to carry out. I can keep adding new stuff to this, but again, it's not going to be that important in the long run. So once the graphs happens, get the player enemy health after the action was taken. I'll put it before and after actually. Now we'll have some way of, well, we can figure out how much health was lost, but then what do we do to that? We just stick it onto something? We can stick it on the action. Also hacking. So I got these random fucking things. Yeah, this is only really sort of, most of these classes are going to go away, like graph action stuff. They're going to be replaced by timeline events. So I can just sanity check the AI at this point. whatever bugs I managed to squash using these should apply to everything. It's probably some order, random order thing going on. So now, well, now we got a 2-string, perfect. So use on this. Let's make this smarter. That's not. No, we have very little space. We incredibly small amount of space. Okay, okay. Return the action definition graph name. Switch on that, and then if it's attack, we'll just make custom messages. It's very short space. Attack. For attack, it's going to be like this. So and so attacked. So and so for, and now we can look at the difference. Damn. Shit. These guys should be not split. Whoa, that's terribly named. Player health change. This should be enemy health changed. But it's not really. It's a source. What was a source change? It should really be. Yeah, this whole thing has to be sources, so on. So source. Target. Now to be clever here, this is going to be present dot get team agent action dot source dot team. Oh no, we got a source already on the game. There we go. That's more useful. But here somewhere. Right here. There you go. So attacked target name for target health change damage. Oh, I'm trying to keep it as short as possible. And that's giving me a negative, so let's use the sign on that. Now if it's a healed target name for, yeah, stun, doesn't need that, stun, you know how many turns, okay, this is what it has to change, actually. Stun length. Alright, this isn't fucking worked, you haven't even implemented stun yet. So we'll come back to stun. That's not gonna work right now. That's where it's gonna fall apart, because stuns are like effects, and you don't have effects in yet, so I'm not gonna bother. It's gonna use this for debugging whatever underlying issues there might be, and then just scrap it. I'm expecting to see an underlying issue like right now. So attacked for 0. 0, 0, 0. So it's taking it too soon. Oh, hang on. That's wrong. Nope, target, 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 target. Yep. Agent source before and after. So this graph, shit. I'm doing a deep copy, super deep copy, I think. If I'm not using a deep copy, the whole point is it had to do deep copies. If I'm not doing a deep copy, I'm screwed. Shit. If I don't do a deep copy on these, then timelines affect each other. Multi-dimensional caching, not looking for dimensionally again. There has to be a deep copy. In the graph's game state. This is why I did that massive sweeping change. I did, yeah. Huge refactoring. That was really boring to watch. Everybody was here. Then introduced game state everywhere. That gave me the possibility to have multiple features. I can't look at this action at all. I have to look at the graph's game state for the after part. So this I can take, I think. No, I can't. The present is the only thing that matters. These source targets, I'm not doing deep copies. Okay, do deep copies either way. I'm going to create the action. These up in the present. And they're always going to spit out the same fucking dude. It's not a deep copy. Shit. A deep copying an agent's not fucking trivial because... Oh, maybe it isn't that bad. This might be a problem. That's a huge problem. A shallow copy might be enough. I've already done this. I did. Clone. Not used anymore. I did do the effects and I completely ignored the graph, which is correct. So I just never used this. I was onto something but never used it. Okay. I need to think incredibly carefully what I'm about to do here. When I create the future, I'm cloning the context. Wait. If I clone the context, that should include the players. Yes. Agents? Yes. Okay, cool. Great. I always refer to the agents, which always refers to the context, and I am deep cloning. When I create a new game, say it is cloning the past copy, so that will include the agent and not everything. So I was actually using, I think, this, but let's check it. Should see a ton of these. This crap. Come on, come on. I must say a lot of reached. Shit. never clones. It's never cloning the agent. So my clone here is rubbish. Should at least see a fun of that. Yeah, so it's reaching its point, but my clone of this context is a util copy, internal copy. Oh, fucking hell. Did I write this myself? No, I didn't. I pulled it from this dude. Clone method. So let's start with the original object. This recurses, I'm sure, here. So this is recursive on the object get type clone method. Get method member-wise clone. That's the thing. Shit. I don't have a member-wise clone on here. I'm using clone. Why am I using clone? It's not overridden. Is this part of it's clonable? Shit. I'm ignoring clonables basically. So what I can do is be type of object. This is awful. Well, I could use memorize clone instead. Can I override memorize clone? No. Fuck. Tricky business. Alright, let's just space this out a bit. Just for some fucking readability, Jesus. If it's primitive, just return it. If I've already been there, just return this is like a cache. Yeah. That's for cyclic. We should prevent cyclic stuff. Cyclic references. Type to reflect. Okay. Can't handle delegates, that's fair enough. It's kind of obvious. Type reflects. Now we should have an extra one here. If this is a clonable object. Yeah. Just a little bit of a step here. Hmm. Actually, we should be able to find. Time travel is fucking hard, kids. Well, this is going to be a memorized clone. In this case, it's going to be the type to reflect dot get method clone. It will be non-public. No, not necessarily. It is instance. It should just be an instance. And then we just use it. Take in parameters. Is it? Nope. All right. It should be the curse. Interesting. This doesn't seem right to me. We don't handle it not being a non fuck man. So is array is pretty fucking nebulous. Does that mean? No, it's deeply in. Is array. What does that mean? Does it mean it like I enumerables? No. This thing is pretty fucking. This is missing a lot of shit. But it did come up Stack Overflow. Right, this handles just basic fields. Hopefully those can comment this as well. Yeah, I have no idea what this filter is. It's Okay. It's private. Is that a delegate? What is this? Oh, that's a delegate, yeah. So we're ignoring private stuff. Fine. Why are we why the fuck are we ignoring primitives? The fuck? Did he get copied somewhere else? I guess there? No, because this is the fields. Oh yeah. When do I start trusting this fucking code and let it go? So far, it's not filling me with trust. What's the binding flags? Instance, non-public, or public. I always forget what the fuck this does. Flatten. Oh, okay. So it's protected stuff primarily. It's instance, so that brings protected anything from the base classes. Why though? The filtering like this doesn't make any sense. Why would you just ignore all? That fucking sucks. Okay, well, I mean, I'll leave it, but I want to know. I want to know fucking when it happens. This will. Oh, we also do is. Oh my god, we got a two. We got two things. What? All right. Oh, okay. That's close. Yeah. All right. I need to explain this to myself in comments. I was always use it later on. Look at this either. I don't know why they were cursing on this or not on this, but they are cursing on this because they do it down here. Fuck, this is confusing. This is some weird ass code. It is. I think it's recursive. Because it has the internal copy, which brings it way back up. Alright. Either way, I came here because of this. So let's see if it works. It's an easy test. We're hoping to see this. And I feel like I'm going to be spending a lot of time on that code in the future. What the hell? Just, oh, it doesn't feel good. That feels like it's like infinite recursion. Shit. Oh, right. You got a lot of shit here. Okay, now. Fucking hell. That is not a cheap copy. Fuck. Just by putting this in here. I mean, it's super expensive. Look how much shit's going on here. How many is this? Oh my god. Like, my scroll wheel's not even fucking moving here. This is an awful, awful way of cloning the future. It's recursing down to fuck knows what. Alright, I gotta nip this in the bud, like, right the fuck now. Where do I do this? Here. This is just too much. I think it was designed for stuff like mine. Right. No. Just no. It cloned it very, very manually. Oh, I already had it. Okay, let's do just strip to the fucking copy again, which is the shit we just dealt with. Is this clonable? Yeah, it doesn't even need to be. Let's do this proper. Oh my god, that's ugly. The fact that I even ran without debug logs at all is just amazing. I think I found a bottleneck. Alright. What does this actually mean to me? I do need to do a deep copy. There's no getting around it. I need a deep copy because I don't know what the hell's going to be in context. And I'm copying the entire fucking future. Everything's in context. Alright. Before I totally fail on this, what? This was happening so much. But before I get to premature optimization, how long was it taking to do this copy? That's the key there. It's fucking quick, then I should just stop worrying myself. Forget how bloody fast computers are. Although that was only one step in. So, shit. Alright. Jesus. 36 milliseconds per context? Fuck that noise. This is not doable. Oh, bad. How the hell am I gonna handle time travel? That whole pause there. Let me take off the graph generation and see if it's the same. But I wasn't doing cloning before. Yep. I've introduced a huge bug. Let's try going with 3. With no graph generation, this should have been instant before. I just killed the performance in like 5 seconds. Nope. 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 Right. Rethink. This cannot be done. I mean, partly it's to do with the fact that tiny part of it is logging, but not a lot. That's not that many logs. 35 milliseconds because it had to go so fucking deep. All right, well, there's no getting around it. Can't use that shit. It's just brutal. We need to. Ouch. I have to write my own. Now, how dissimilar is it going to be to saving the game? Imagine that it's going to be the same problem as saving the game. How much am I willing to jam into a JSON file? So I'm solving 2 problems at once here: saving the game and duplicating a timeline to branch off from it. It's just kind of the same problem. Saving the game's got to be fucking quick. If it's going to be used, the same system's going to have to be used in branch timelines. So, I had to break out that programming skills. See, mate. Timer. I don't even know what problem that is. Right now I'm trying to figure out time travel, but yeah, catch it. I'm gonna have a cigarette break and try to have a deep think about this. Because time travel's hard. See you guys in there. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. Need something that has attributes so I can ignore certain things. I think I've heard of one before. This one, I think. Okay, it's using IL. That means it's gonna be quick. Oh, interesting. Okay, that lets you clone between different types. Again, user clone to test. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Sure. Right, this is what I want. That. Okay, that might be enough. Right, it's called some NuGet library, I think. NuGet bastard cloner. Yeah, fuck it. NuGet, where are you? NuGet. I just forget what the fuck it is. Here it is. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Get it. See if it puts it somewhere useful. Where it will be fast. Alright, about that. I need to find the actual code. What? Right. It says it's a Git doc. It says it's Git, but how broken is this gonna get? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Well, gonna run it. Gonna want debug for now. I'll include this. include that. This one. Well, honestly, don't want the test project. Just want the source. And it wants benchmark. It's no good to me. Need the actual code. You get doesn't work with Unity. Fuck's sake. Slippery slope. Slippery slope. What even need is benchmarking shit? Or is this config BNG test? Okay, whatever the hell that is. I probably don't need it. No, it's the unit tests. I don't need that. Oh, come on. Unit testing. Okay, roll the tests. What are the tests? Source tests. I trust your tests. Still one more thing here. Fuck. Something important. I delete something important. Alright, let's pull back. Ugh, I hate using it. I'm not writing this thing myself. Ugh. It's like dissertation shit. Do not need to write this again myself. Dependencies. Alright, let's this is the reason I want it. Just for that. Can I get around I mean I can add this myself to the current solution. But really I don't trust that solution. But this thing might also be overkill. Okay, let's see if there's some cheap one here. Let's just forget this for a minute. Let me go back to what I've at least looked through. So I'm cloning. So this is got to get a lot better. It'll copy, right. Basically, right off the bat, don't want anything nor copying attributes. I forgot how to make an attribute. Not forgotten, I just can't be bothered remembering. So probably don't want to mess this thing. It's just getting ugly. Right, what do we want to use this thing on? This thing on beyond fields or oh, I could do our class level. No, not good with a class level. Field properties. That should be enough. I'm gonna call it. Really need much to it. It's pretty straightforward. This needs to exist. Now, if type get attributes, get custom attributes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. As any of those, just fucking don't copy it. I don't know if I can return null. I guess it's an object I can. This is gonna be noisy too. That's the type to reflect those ignoring member type to reflect name in original object. All right, now that should behave just as it did before, nice and slow and shitty. And then I should be able to go through and stuff with all picky. 23 milliseconds. What? This could be a side effect of that hack. Not hack, that thing I use. Let me just check. Sequence. How's it going, mate? Wasn't. Can't find. Okay, zero milliseconds. So I completely fucked the. Get custom attributes. Oh wow. Oh, drunk, not now. Wait. Shit, it died before we even got here. Here onwards. It's funny where it died and it hit a stack trace on it. Try it again. Where? Set that clone up here. Never hits copy. Okay, I must have commented that somewhere else. That's in context. Never pulls clone on the context, and that's here. Game state is should be being cloned. Why is there no cloning here? Another clone this anyway, so it's not surprising this doesn't exist. Okay, it never hits copy. It's not even copying here. Didn't want that. Oh, well, I think I know I commented this out somewhere. But where do we copy? Create the future. New game state. There. Both. I commented something like that. All right. Now this should be dumb, so it should just. Hey, Daw, can see you can. How's it going? Okay, cool. Should be none. Good. So now, if I don't do this and let it keep going, should get 23 milliseconds. That's fine. It's getting more than 23 milliseconds now. Debugger. And I think 59 milliseconds. So it's even bigger now. Whatever, it's shitty. So now we have some control. And it's cloning the context. Oh, God. Ah, that was pointless because of these little objects. Hey, daw. Right, these are just objects, so fuck me. That's not much use. Okay, what does this actually contain? Context. Right now we just have a couple things in here. We have agents, which it should copy. And here is where we can save the stuff. So it got well deep. And let's see where it got deep. In my util. I had to do Johnny ignore. What did I call it out there? Ignore. Here. This is where it got crazy expensive. So drill back. I'll take it from the top, as you will see. Visuals. Was it forever? I'm glad I spotted that. We got well deep in there. Seems to be frozen. It's not. It's just digging so deep in that deep copy. Shouldn't be hitting the memory too hard though. Holy fuck. That ain't good. That's gotta be sick like. It did stop at one point. Basically what we're dealing with here is when I'm cloning the current game state, every time I branch into a new future, it has to clone everything, which means the context. Unfortunately, it's a deep clone, which means it keeps going deeper and deeper and finds everything. And that's what it's doing right now. It's just digging down into the deepest of deepest. It's like finding fucking every little variable, and every variable underneath that, and just goes forever and ever and ever and ever. I have to kill this way. But I do want that information. Maybe it was set to. It might have still been set to two predictions. I need to see it finish, so I can see where it starts to go too deep, and then that's when I cut it off the pass in my new attribute. Oh yeah, I was predicting too much. This will still be slow, but should finish. It was kind of slow before, but I didn't really notice. I assumed it was the UI it was creating. Totally fucking wasn't. Well, I mean, partly it was, but it was the fact that it was cloning way too much. I only need clone certain things, like, there we go. 3.3 seconds, so most of that's because of logging lag. There's just so much here, so I need to see where it started going too deep. Ignoring value underscore underscore. What the fuck is that? And the things it was ignoring, the ones I wanted. I wanted a fucking. I wanted to just copy the health. That's like one of the things I didn't want it to copy. What the fuck is value underscore underscore? Fuck, this thing is not picky at all. What is it? Instance, non-public, or public. I could be explicit. I can make it whitelist. I can whitelist the thing. You know what? That is the way to do it. Whitelist it, because that's exactly how save games are gonna have to work. Exactly the same way. So this is a problem I have to solve regardless. So basically, instead of just ignore and deep copy, I'll do it differently. I'll only copy things that are explicitly. What would that look like for agent? Well, I already have this JSON property everywhere, which is what I'm using for saving. So this might be enough, but why would I be saving the starting graph? What am I even using a starting graph for? AIs don't have that anymore. That's not how AI is going to work in the future. No, AI is going to be a totally new system now. So if I rip out starting graph, that massively simplifies this. Goes down into effects, which goes into agent and then creates a cyclic thing. But again, effects aren't being populated right now. But I never want to save the starting graph because it's not a thing anymore. Like I don't have this or this. We have a true AI system now for that. So instead, when I'm saving these dudes, if I only, so if not any, and I'll look for the JSON property attribute instead. Can't find that. So So it gets all the attributes on the type. If there isn't any of those, ignore it. And that shouldn't go very deep. It's white, we're whitelisting now. Okay. 0 milliseconds, but to be fair. Right, and now I want to know the opposite. I want to know if it is copying something. I didn't get any ignores. Okay. I got one. Great, the Tangle context, cool. And that would be ignoring member Tangler context. No, this is wrong. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, this is not useful. So can't put adjacent attribute on a class. That's not how these guys work. Their properties, fields, and parameters on him. So I need more than that. Okay, well, serializable. Yes, I got serializable. Right. Attributes. Does it take multiple attributes? Can it take multiple attributes? Yeah, let's get all of the attributes, not filter it. And if none of them contain mistake list, give me a list somewhere, dudes. Let's see. Fuck. The type son of a fun. I'll do this way instead. Copy. It's gonna be static. Let's put it up here. So it's gonna be a bit like this. It's gonna be type array of whitelisted whitelisted copy, deep copy attributes. Type of serializable. Adjacent property attribute. So if there isn't any attributes, am I missing here? Oh, contained is not a fucking thing, right? If it doesn't contain the attribute. Oh, yeah, it's easier than I thought. Alright. Getting there. Seems tedious, but this is actually solving a huge problem with sapiens at the same time. Okay, so ignore Tangler context immediately. Take Tangler context. It is serializable. So my math is wrong here. If not any fucking Boolean logic. All. Not all. Yeah. Yes. Not all. It's totally gonna have one, but not the other. Shit. This doesn't damn. This is not gonna work for JSON and stuff. Bisets, they're not attributes. Not that thing spat out at least attributes. Oh, I've got a fucking filter on, idiot. Serializable attributes. If no, it was right, not any. If the attributes, if any, no, was it all? Oh, double negatives. Fuck me. So, okay, this is true. Then all of the attributes are contained within the whitelisted deep copy attributes, which is just these. That means all of them are in there. But I don't want that. I want any. I want any one of them to be in there. And if it's not, hyperlumin logic. I swear to God, you can program for 16 fucking, no, wait, how, 20, 25 years you program? 16 years C sharp, and you can still fuck up with bloody booleans. This will be true if this attribute that is found, which was this lost. Tangler context is default member attribute and serializable attribute. And serializable attribute is in there. So it's going through here, it's going yo, 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 and finds that attribute. Although it isn't though, is it? Fuck. This is just actually a bunch of objects. Unfortunately, they're just objects. It can't contain it because it's an object. It's not, yeah, right. It's an object, so it's a different location in memory. So if you compare against types. So if this can actually be simpler. Well, not true actually. It doesn't have to be all of them. These are the attributes it found. Now it needs to go through and find if any of these whitelisted attributes, if the attribute, the type, is assignable from type of the whitelisted attribute. Yeah, it's a type already. Oh god, it's messy. Wait, look it through, look it through. So this will be if any of the whitelisting attributes. If the attribute you found is assignable from any of the whitelisting attributes, then cool. So there's not any. Okay, that seems right to me. How's everybody's weekend going? And some social contact. Ones and zeros here. Any case. Basically, the infinite loop. Shit, why would it infinite loop? Something where, anywhere. Like them all. Fuck. Alright, can I just break it out? Can I just break it? Just stop. Pause. No. Never edited basic dust. It's not all pissing memory this time, then. Should not be so hard. It should be a bit easier than that. Literally do comparison, but just I just leave a million. I'll leave millions in some. Okay, this should straight off the bat work. We have system serializable attribute. This one's got. Wait, why is it not system serializable attribute? Oh, it is there. Okay, it's doing two named. So if any of these attributes Sorry. If none of these conditions are met, and that would be, does this list contain, for any of them, have the identical type? Okay, so it did meet it for this. Let's get a bunch of this shite. Come back around. Now we're looking at a dictionary. What's the type? So this is the dictionary of actual, this is the contents. Fuck. Yeah, well, this is gonna fail, because it's not gonna find anything in there. I found some attributes. Pretty serializable. Where did you get that from? Serializable. Dictionary serializable? Yeah, dictionary serializable. Oh god. Dictionary serializable. It's gonna be loads of shit serializable. May have just defeated the purpose of this thing if everything's serializable. I might be up to the whitelist stuff too, so what's eyes on the prize here? What in here do I not want to happen? This. Just the Tangler graph was nasty. It seemed an infinite loop before. An array of integers. For what? Like, what even is this? What are we copying? Context as an array of integers now? Where's it getting an array of integers from? Effect, maybe? There would be no effects. That's not going to do it. Fuck is this array of integers? Types of reflect. Does it have a name? A name? I really want to know the. Ideally, I'd like to know what the fucking member I'm trying to. Maybe it's the member I want to be passing. I'm passing objects around, not members. This is the wrong kind of recursion, I think. Well, yeah, and if an array of integers is serializable, so carry on, I guess. Now what are we looking at? The dictionary, string objects. I don't even know what the fuck object I'm dealing with here. I'm still copying the, copying the Tangler context. Ninetales, welcome back. How did the tutoring go? It's in agents now. This is going to be the agents. Your name here. Values. Alright, I guess that makes sense. We're in a dictionary. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I was having this conversation with someone else earlier, and I tell was like, I do have respect for classroom teachers. It's hard. Like I've classroom taught before. I've taught 74 people once online. I've taught like 10 people classrooms. I've taught in person 40. Like I've taught different sizes. But classroom teachers can't specialize to what the student just doesn't. They don't have a chance. It sucks. It really sucks. Most good teachers, even classroom teachers, would love to, and most good classroom teachers will try to explain the same thing in like 3 different ways that might stick for the majority of people, right? It's difficult. I'm thinking about getting back into tutoring. I miss. I'm tutoring just on the side, just informally, not for money or anything. Just some of my old students because I miss it. Where it's just spinning its wheels. Spinning its wheels on a. Look how deep am I? It's not even. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding it because it's a very shallow stack trace here, so it's a good chance this is each one of the different futures. If I let things actually run, it might complete. Like I did last time. Oh, there goes the CPU fan. It's funny how when you're working on AI, you're also solving safe games at the same time. It's this 2 birds of half a stone, 3 birds of a quarter of a stone, 2 birds of 10 stone. That's spinning its wheels. It's, um, it's not, it's not leaking though. It's good. So I need to operate on the assumption that fucking everything is. I might have to make a fundamental change here. I really do. I might have to make a fundamental change and not have just objects in here because objects are just all serializable, all of them. So checking against serializable is fucking pointless. It'll still catch everything. Integers are serializable, fuck's sake. Like literally ints should take me to an int 32 serializable. So this is fucking pointless. Can't I can't be whitelisting on serializable. I'm gonna have to be smarter than that. And this will probably stop it in its tracks, so it won't even get past the dictionary. Yeah, yeah. So it didn't manage to serialize. So it immediately ignored the actual Tangletorn context. But that's alright. Because I can. One of the things I added a JSON property to it. It's serializable and ignored. But where's JSON context coming from? Damn. That's the thing I'm directly cloning. Shit. Well, I could add a new attribute. That's yeah, okay. I'm gonna add another attribute that's not yeah, something along these lines, like even JSON properties of it. Eh. JSON property can't apply to classes, so I need something that's not quite serializable, but everything's serializable. It needs to be like, I want to say serializable. I don't know. What's this JSON required? No, I need my own version of this. I'm gonna call it Tangler. Tangler serializable for now. So I come up with a better name. And that's gonna come in my utils. I don't want to keep this shit in utils. I really don't. It's not. I use this util file all over the place in various projects. So this one can't stay there. So I'll put it in util for a few seconds. And then immediately take this out into the new file. Bold Angular util. There's going to be a lot of specific stuff for that. And then Angular context is now serializable to there. We add that to the waitlist of my util thing. Which is also now going to mix things. I can't mix it in here. So I'm going to take this whole thing out of here. Doing credit. We got everything you need. And then we have this dude. Everything else here seems to be all right. Now, Angular context is now Angular serializable, which I'll need a better name for at some point. But it should mean this tries to, and because of that, it should get a bit deeper. And I think that means I need on agent. Agent will get ignored unless I have unless I have that as well. I much prefer whitelists like this. JSON properties cover the rest. Maybe I could do make it way simpler. I'll just inherit from JSON property attribute. Oh, fucking seal. Why would you do that? Fucking assholes. Fuck. Fuck's sake. If they seal that, now I have to have this on. Oh, fuck it. Maybe it's not that bad. This is on loads of stuff. So it should get past the context because that's serializable, and then whenever it goes through here, it'll find agents. It'll be like, oh shit. But then it won't. Then it will find that it's an agent dictionary or a list of shit. A list of shit, and it won't accept. Arrgh. Right. Well, let's see what well, this is easy enough. We'll see what it ignores. It's going to probably ignore agents list because say, yo, a list of agents is not serializable. It's not got Tangle or serializable on it. Granted, it's true. Attributes on dictionary. Attributes on this. So this one didn't get ignored. It's going to be really fucking noisy. We can throw in thank God for John base. Keeps the brain alive. It is copying that. Cool. Now it won't on the dictionary. It's not even get, yeah. Well, no, that's adjacent property, right? I'm sure that's adjacent property. It is. Why is it's private? Oh, wait. Shit. This thing's not looking at privates yet. Ah! This thing's still ignoring privates, isn't it? The original copy, this external copy. I have no idea what this is doing. Oh, that's the, okay, whatever. External copy. Values isn't even coming up. It's private. Okay, at this point, it's decided it's okay serializing original object. So it's like, yeah, I'm cool serializing Tangletorn context. It hasn't even got to the members yet. So this same check's got to be applied to all of them. Like that's fine. That's caching. That's sensible. This isn't really relevant anymore, but I'll leave it in there for now. Be useful. And that will be useful. It's an array, which it isn't. And this is where so that's my curse. So it doesn't even consider fields. So right, technically this is a field, a private field. Copy fields, unfortunately, when we copy fields here, its binding flags by default are instance non-public, public, flatten hierarchy with a filter of null. So this includes privates, but that doesn't help us because we do get the filters fine. You just have to set the filter I'm passing through. Here, okay, there's nothing here. So only fields at this point. We don't do properties. So this I've solved this problem before from the saving and but you can't use serialization for deep properties. It's too goddamn slow. It's a good total cop out. All right. Still not sure about that. This is where it starts to get recursive. Get the value, internal copy, the value. So is this not hitting? It's non-public. It's private, therefore non-public. Update that up. I think the context still. We've got values to look at. Get the fields. Should get at least one field. Cool. Which is our values. The one we do want to serialize, because values has JSON property on it. We're not checking for that yet. Here's our filter. No, we have no filter. It's definitely not primitive. get the original value, which is our agents. Now we run into our so fucking sketch getting around that into our two thing. Now we're looking at a dictionary. Should have the attributes. Interesting. That's not working. Serializable. Yeah, this is the dictionary right here, which has got JSON property on it. So why am I not seeing JSON property in here? I'm guessing that's what it is. I don't know of any other string objects that I could be looking at. We can go back up and find out. A little deeper. Values. Custom attributes. JSON property. This does have public. It's not fucking public. Where's it get that shit from? Oh, that's context, sorry. This one. Private, init only, which is read only. And then custom is our JSON property attribute. And when we recurse down here, we get the original value, which is, yep, that's our values. Oh, fuck. We've lost the field info. When we copy this, we're just giving it the original value. So as far as it's concerned, it's stripped it. It's just a dictionary. It doesn't know anything about the field. And the field's the one that has attributes on it. So when it gets into here, it's just a raw fucking dictionary. You just have a fucking clue. It's just a dictionary. Fuck. It needs to be the original fields. Which breaks this entire recursive mess. Fuck me. Alright. Oh. Should have wrote my own. I'd like to say I could put this off, but I cannot put this off. So I'm not quite. So when I'm copying the fields, I need to know when I recurse, I need to know a bit more than this simple recursion. It needs to know, okay, let's think pragmatically here. For each field info, still don't know why this is happening. This is where I need to do my check. I have field infos at this point. But then it's recursing to the wrong thing. Because at this point, I'm doing a check again, and I've lost all information. It's just an object now, not fields. Fields have attributes. Objects do not have attributes. And neither do their types, because a field and a type are very different. So if I wanted to reuse the same thing, I'd have to pass through the field itself. That doesn't work because this is originally coming from an object, which we'll never have a field. It's going to eventually come from an object. So I need like a different version here, either a different version of this, or I do my checking in here, and I don't do my checking outside. Now that breaks recursion too. Has to be in here, which means I have to pass in more than just the object. It needs a field, if any. Right, okay. We'll use an overload. It's not even a field, it's a member info. It could be God knows what. And that could be null, because we're just copying an original object. Then internal property doesn't have that. So we should probably slap that at the ends. Okay, so how far do we use this down the whole time? Okay, fuck. Alright, if we're if we have member info for this object, is it yeah, but more accurately, if this object is a member of another object. So if member info then we can do the same checks basically. I think we can use declaring type safely there. Or she was a let. Sucks out. He sucks it. Also sucks. This is just a fucking object array. All right. Okay, if we have member info, then we want to check that it has custom attributes. Do a bunch of spammy spam. The same check, ignoring member, return null. Yeah. Otherwise, we're cool with it. If we don't have a member info, this thing basically, I'm not even sure what to call this, the high level object copy. I'm sure. I not a member. Then we do the same fucking thing. Okay, no, this could simplify quite a lot then. So we've got a member thing here. If it's a member, we get the member arm for declaring type, the attributes, inherit, da 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 da. Otherwise, it's a high level copy, so we get our member, we get our custom attributes from the type to reflect. Yeah, when it gets crazy. Actually, that's not half bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. Spell. Right, now we do our check. And now when we recurse, we have to use member. Basically, where do we pass in? Recursion happens here. Now we have Healing Throw, which should cast 2. Yeah, it does, because it's member info, field info is a member info. Now we have that. Now we can check that. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's try it. Okay, so we're seeing the freeze or not freeze. Good. Right. All right, cool. That's what I actually want to know. Let's see this properly. I'm gonna let Ryder sort this shit out. So I don't have to fucking care. Have an emission objects. If that's dense and key Ryder. Oh, so it's copying the member. No. Copying the member values. Good. Ignoring. Fuck. Where did it ignore it? Oh, yeah, we're still in the same check here. We don't need to do anymore. Yeah, that's it's still done in check. Other thing was looking a bit busy. This should take it pretty far down now if it works, because it's got, because of the JC properties, once it passes a, let's see, it's going to be busy enough I might have to quiet it down. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. Like, if we're ignoring a member, yeah, we need to do the same thing here. I want to know what the hell that was called. All right, it should give us the control we need now. It says for save games as well, actually. Buckets. What the fuck is buckets in? Well, that's a good sign. I have no idea what the fuck buckets is. What? Where's buckets at? Where does that come from? Oh, buckets is part of, right, buckets is part of dictionaries. I really want to drill down in here. The implementation of a dictionary. But boom. So this is the problem. It was serializing all of this. And look, check it out. More dictionaries. And guess what dictionaries have? More fucking buckets. Guess what those have? More fucking buckets. And so on and so forth. Never, 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 never. Like, they don't need to be serialized. That's the whole point of, well, I think it's the constructor's supposed to handle that. Ooh. You deserialize this without any of this shit. Fuck knows what's gonna happen to a dictionary. Well, guess we'll find out pretty soon. Definitely don't need that anymore. That's stupid noisy. Let's pull this thing up a bit. I want to see the recursion point recurses to, which would be here. Oh, name. Yeah, but it's try. It's trying to recursively. 5 milliseconds. That's so goddamn slow. But a lot of that's probably no. It's not logging. 5 milliseconds. Oh, and then crashed and burned right here. Ignoring count, version, free list, yada yada yada. Compare, ignoring compare. Sync root oil shit. Copied it. Never hit a single agent though. Fuck's sake. I just realized I'm a huge problem. I have no goddamn control over the values themselves. Cause these I can't fucking touch these. Shit. Fuck. I can't touch the definition of a fucking dictionary, so it's never gonna get past and to actually do the copy. Jesus. So yeah. I'm gonna think about this guys. I'll be back in a minute. Got it. Now you just put your head and pull in your lungs. Okay. Basically, if if yeah, if this site should be followed, copied, if copied, let's get this logic out of here. It's should site use copied. Thank God I'm in Tangular details now. So they're very specific. Basically, we shouldn't. All right. Now this dude, let's do some proper checks. All these checks, all this checks, all this, and that. Yeah. Okay. All this shit. And this is also going to definitely want me in there as well. Did I have one? Now we're going to do some more specific checks here. It'd be nice to know the original objects type, just for debugging purposes. Now, before we do that, if this is a dictionary, should the value type of the dictionary properties. That's the major. That's the thing that's going to make this work. I guess if it all gets all the way down here, then no. Okay. Nice. So we'll come back to this in a second. And everything here. Oh, cool. Element type. One of that's gonna something I want something like this for dictionaries. Is I don't want to say iDictionary, but then iDictionary, I think I might be able to get rid of that. Generic should still work. How the fuck do you find out the value type of a dictionary? Okay, like this. Key type, key type I should also give a shit about eventually, but I'm gonna assume for now the key type is a primitive. And then now we actually have this guy, so we return basically we recurse here. Return should type be copied. Arguments one. I guess it's still the same member info. Okay, I guess continue. Oh, it's been a while true. I mean, it's a recursion, but I don't know. I read about like that. It's horrible. And showed you credits at this point, but might as well. So this should handle dictionary types being agents now, which is the thing I'm not working before. See how far we get. So we get null on that. We don't get fucking anywhere, did we? But are we? We are in tangle context, which should definitely get copied, which it is, and then it dies there. Why? Where the fuck does it end up? Oh, right. Fallback, it's true here. Yeah. Now we should be in a dictionary. Excellent. Shit. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Google help. Just something simpler. Oh, fuck! Forgot you can do that. Yeah. So nothing actually comes from this. I forgot to do that. Riveting stuff, huh? This is what happens when you have one programmer. There we go. What? Generic arguments. The fuck? Hmm. Mm. Why am I getting those generic types on this? Right fucking here, dude. I can see them. How is that empty? I can see it's got generic types right here. Object, string. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Generic arguments. Is this out of date? Fuck. Might be the right type. How? I mean, what if I put the actual thing in? Never reached it. What the fuck just happened? String object. Yep, that's a Tangletorn context, so that will never hit that. But that does hit it for this, which has generic type arguments too, and then doesn't hit that. It did here. This doesn't make any sense. This has generic type arguments. That's literally what I'm doing. Oh, fuck. Ah, you idiot. That's a type. I was even trying to tell me. Possible mistaken call to type. Thank you. Oh, Ryder. You know better than me. I was getting the type, not the type that I already had, which was a dictionary, which had the generic arguments. Ugh. Great. There we go. Yeah. And that type is a system object. Ah, fuck. So I don't know what's actually stored in that goddamn thing. Alright, step back a second. It's not simple as looking at, you get the value of the thing. But it has no value. If it has no values, then I can't do shit. Angular context, you might have to be a little bit more specific than this. Object is way too generic. It's never going to see object as serializable because I'm specifically trying to avoid that shit. That's everything is an object. So, well, it's going to be an agent. What's an agent? A clonable. Well, I might have to bring back my trusty friend Tangler object, which I got rid of. But, like, before I do that, it's always going to be an object until I get the actual type, which means getting the value, but that might be an empty list. But that's okay if it's an empty list. I can get the value if it's not null. So get the value, because that's going to be per key. Okay, maybe that's still a thing. Let me just play this out. Get value. It's going to be for each. Now I'm talking about like serializing not some but not the others. That member info. This here. In Tangler context, I said, yo, this is definitely serializable. Serialize the shit out of this. But I checked here too early. I should be checking if the member info has it first. And if it does, go with it. It should be like a true, for sure a true. As opposed to a false. This needs to be first. It needs to also happen this is me copy anything that would be serialized with save game. So if any of those we return true, then we are copying it. If not, so that should already get us past our problems. And maybe we don't even need this. This is sketch. It's not looking at the actual types. If they're objects, can't really see anything. Oh my god, it got a lot deeper. How long would it take? 17 milliseconds. That's unacceptable. A lot of that could be the logging though. Let's take the logging out. See how long it actually takes. Oh, before we do that, let's just look closely here. Ignoring a primitive field. Why? This is dumb as shit. Why are we ignoring primitive fields? That's just no. Makes no sense. I don't know why that was ever in there. That's probably the most important thing to copy. Is primitive fields. It's like health. Put teamer on everything. Oh fuck. That was slow. That's okay. It could be. I'm just gonna stop prematurely optimizing them. Okay, I'll take out. No, fuck's sake, because that's gonna be all of the random crap inside all this M value and all this shit's gonna copy now. We don't want any of that. Motherfucker. Come on, focus. Why would they ignore? Why were they ignoring primitives? Because they weren't up here. This is true. But in the fields, you're ignoring primitives. This makes. Well, they were ignoring private. Okay, no, that's fair. They were ignoring non-public or public. Great, fuck's sake. That's too ham-fisted. We don't want. What happens if you copy the dictionary or shit though? I want to just fucking go nuclear. Alright, before I get too carried away here, what if I take the logging out? How slow is this thing? Is this inside a class? How slow is this really? So I don't think you can just straight up copy a dictionary and take in all of its other innards with it. 8 milliseconds. It's too slow. It's too fucking slow. It's 8 milliseconds per timeline. It did fix it though. It did properly cut what seems to cut. Like I'm not generating the graph. 8 milliseconds is too goddamn slow. Is it? Is it too slow? It is too slow. Simple way to check. Let it think. Returns ahead. See how long that takes. One second. A lot of fucking verbosity going on here. Let me turn that off. That's where the slow is coming from. How long does it really take? Without the graph. Zero milliseconds. That is what I like to see. Alright, I think we might be back on track. Got bitten with a little bit premature optimization there, but way more terrifying than that much cloning. And there's still a lot of debugging going on there. Which but back on track now. No, that was a very necessary detour. It's just some closure there. Generate graph with 5-turn prediction. I'm making sure my memory usage here as well. Shit. No graph generation, no logging. 10 seconds. Actually, that could be logging. Yeah, that's logging. Oh yeah, that's a lot of logging. Alright, there's a trick here we can use. For any of the Unity users out there. When we hit, won't do anything. Basically, when I do a player, on player move, on player action, this will kick off everything Move to the Future on my end. Does nothing, Move to the Future. Where does it? On enemy and turn. This is the slow one. So what we can do here, let's do enemy AI command. Start enemy thinking. Right, so slow part for logging is here. So what we can do is if not AI logging enabled, normally true. Put this next to generate graph. So normally it will If it's not enabled, then we need to, oh god, does it work pull again? Go ahead and do this. Ebook.log above it. Okay, right. Oh, deprecated. Logger dot log enabled false. Let's make this the same. So it's true. If we done with that. If it was false, we turn it back on, but if it was on, we turn it off. We don't know what that is. Like this. Nope. If not AI, logging enabled, false. Right. That is a real performance indicator. So it's 10 seconds. Now, what about without logging? I'm not sure if that worked. I really hope that didn't work. I could put them up. Great. Well, not really, because won't be too long, sorry. But no. Wait. It's a coroutine. Ah, shit, yeah. This needs to go inside. It's a coroutine. So is this. But we have a wait for here. That should be fine there. The rest is trivial. Come on, give me some games. I want to see like less than a second. Less than a couple seconds. Shit. So that was 1024 possible features, and it took too long. Rush the outputs finished. Where is it? Here. Still fucking slow, but that is five. It's 1,000 features. Eesh. All that copying, proper cloning now. That wasn't happening before. It's 5 rounds of the feature. Okay, this is optimization. Again, don't need to worry about because 7 seconds. Okay, it's 7 seconds, but it's also not taking into account so many things. Those are 5 rounds to the future. Let's get back to something more reasonable. 0.3 seconds. It's only 64 features though. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back to that shit. Get a good start there. I know where to optimize. Now I need to make sure it actually fucking works. So, turn one. Hard to read. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, I forgot these are sliders. Let's not do that, shall we? Not that it matters, but there we go. Okay, so I'm getting 0 still. I attacked for 0, so that's wrong. Something else is bugging me, sorry. No elastic. Same with the cinnamon melts. It's gonna bug me. Big. So the damage is actually happening. It appears. Okay. So turn 0, nothing happened. Turn 1, I attacked for nothing. So the damn attack's not taking place. Back to actual AI now. Create future based on action. This is where this is the whole reason I started this shit. The whole reason I started this is that this thing was not the clone. This is not clone. All right. This needs to be take the present. That's what I was doing. No. Take the present and then this isn't applying it to the. This isn't actually changing that feature. No, it's not. Shit. Is that even what we want to do? No. Copies the graph. Shit. This is close. So everything in place, and it's not using the right feature. This is not. It's fucked up. It's on there. when I run a graph, I need to tell it what timeline to run the graph on, which with normal gameplay would be, well, non-AI gameplay would be the present. But for everything else, it's got to, for AI, it has to be some divergent timeline. This does not know that yet. And that timeline has to have been copied. Hoping I did that already. New game state. Yeah, I've only created the new game state. That's where the whole goddamn copy came from. So whatever this returns is the resulting future. That's what I need to act on in the graph. And this does have a game state. That's what it acts on the entire time. Like this graph game state is, well, that's at least use here for getting the targets. It's something. And they were copied. Oh, they weren't copied, that's the thing. The resulting future. This is a terrible name. This is going to be create branching or fork branch timeline. That's more accurate. It takes a present, makes a brand new one, which clones the fuck out of it. All that work I just did. Branches the timeline into a new branched timeline. And this is what the graph has to act on. I don't really want to change this graph because it's part of the definition. Not graph, sorry. It's got to be passed in here. Yep. And it's gonna have to happen pretty early on, so I'll call it timeline. It's the game state to act on. So I copied this, just copied a bunch of shite, and then I think that might do it. It's definitely gonna break something else. Like, yeah. That's not coal anymore? Really? Okay, well then, bye bye. And now we would look at the graph. No idea what the source agent would be. Fuck. Oh, good. Thank God. Except I don't know what the target is from this. I have no idea what the target is. This has to be enemy, not source. Player and enemy, because the Sims doesn't care about the source and target. Then the action doesn't. Oh shit! I do care because of this. Okay, I can do this. No, because it depends on the action. Oh, but the action has. Yeah. Hit the team agent of get default action target action definition. Oh my god, this is gonna be ugly. Gross. Team nasty. That's just the target. The source is always the source. So it'll be the present gets team agent, source team, health. That's gonna, okay. Oof, okay. Bloody hell, okay. Zero. Ah, fuck. I missed, what did I miss? Branch timeline is completely. Okay, I have a thought here for debugging purposes. every time you branch the timeline. No, I have the turn. That's what this is for. Nothing happened to them. Fuck's sake. So it didn't attack the right target? That goes way down to the graph. To here. Mm, and that's evaluated. Should have already been executed, which means it must have hit the get target node. And this definitely should be using this everywhere. Game state. It's the whole point of it. Ah, shit. Missed the spot. Puck. Oh, would that be enough to break it? Oh, it's broken everywhere. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, it was broken because it's broken in tons of places. So that's fucked up. Okay. 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 Basically, this shouldn't exist. Whatever that breaks, I need to fix. Should never be accessing it anymore like that. Now I can bring this back to see where the hell it's populated. Nowhere. That's kind of the point. Because this can have no add features to graph. Nope, I guess we have to start with a new game state somewhere. In current game state, the encounter is kind of important because it's the one where we add, should be one where we add all the agents. Nope. And that thing never exists. Oh, it's the current encounter game state. That probably does get created through the agents, so we do need it. There. It's safe to use it here. Still zeros everywhere. It's doing damage. It's like the game state's updating. It's just where I'm getting at. Fucking the game states are completely fine. It's just this shit, which I do kind of want to work. Tension. Oops. This might help. I figure out the debugging a bit. Whoops. Right, is that right? No. System for the gun. Hmm. The point of all this if I don't have an else statement. You need way more checks, isn't it? It's no harm right now. I can still hide it. Just say, yeah, go ahead. Look at that fucking health showing. I know the health. They're losing health. I feel like I've got like two problems here. Check it out. Like, so this enemy is totally not fucking at full health. Yeah, it says it is. Also says it took no health, but they totally don't have full health. I'm looking at the wrong goddamn. This is all fucked up too. Like so much of this is actually working. All of my rankings are 0 now. So something I'm throwing now is fucked. Well, no, not all of them. Some either. It's like some shitty spot that I'm not passing a proper game state through. But some of them are totally fine, and then down other paths. But the health. I think the solution's gonna lie in this fucking why it says 0 here. And here it's the game state it's using for the UI is totally updated already. I attacked them for something, and they took something damage. They're showing 0 damage and 100% health, but they definitely took damage because whatever's populating that. The yeah, let's work backwards from the game states. Whatever's populating that enemy game state. So whatever this game state is, the game state for the node, which is when we add the game state, it takes a new game state, adds a feature to the game state. Is this happening too early? Forget the start. This is it. When we branch, we add that feature to the timeline, the new state we just created. Am I cloning another place? No, I'm assigning it. This is the one I just created. The new state. Brand new fucking state. Which is cloned, should have cloned the context, which should have hit all of the. Oh, fuck. Of course, my clone doesn't actually deeply clone an object. Okay. So it's like, sure, I can clone a list, so it clones a list into a new list, but the elements of the list point to the same fucking object. Doesn't explain why this node is still somehow getting updated with the correct stuff. But it could be coming from further down the line, because if it was still showing the same agents, then fuck knows where that's coming from. Could be the last thing it was simulated. So it's not a deep clone of a list or a collection, and it's not copying the goddamn fucking values like this is doing properly. This is doing it right. And my to do was correct for the time. I just forgot about it. So if it's not an array, what if it's dictionary? We know how to do that. Well, I did know how to do that. I didn't use it, so let's grab this dude and do this properly. Well, we don't really need dictionaries. We do need dictionaries. And we need lists. I'm gonna come back to this at some point, but like, oh my god, it was such an easy way of doing it. If this is a dictionary, then we get the arguments. If the value type of the dictionary is the copied, just debugging. Now we do something similar to the array. It's going to be similar. So we make a yeah, okay. So we know it's a dictionary. This is going to be fucking weird. So you can't do this. Shit. That's weird. I'm gonna look it up before I get too lost in this. If you don't know the type. I mean, yeah. Hmm. And this is about to reveal whether how slow my cloning actually is, because I'm barely touching the surface of it right now. This is kind of like we're going through. Oh god. Original object. Shit. I fucking know. I mean, we do know it's a dictionary, so we could at least cast it to a iDictionary. And we don't know what fucking types it is. Yeah, someone definitely solved this before. All these depend on you knowing the generics. I don't know the fucking generics. Even here I don't. Not a clue. How the hell do you clone it? Oh god. Dynamics. What if I just assume it's a dictionary of objects? Covers pretty much all my bases. What about the Green Eye collection? Fucking work remains. Need. All right, C sharp. Copying a dictionary with unknown generic types. No accepted answer. That sucks. These got T fucking values. At least T values. Yeah, I'm being too fucking generic. Like, this should not be the job of this generic thing. It's like the fucking job of the context. Context, like, dude, you know this. You know this. Make a copy of yourself. That's all there is. That's all this thing knows is this itself. So we just like, well, fuck it, sure, man. Bard. Context copy. New Tangler context. Context copy. Dot values equals values dot to dictionary. And the same thing. Entry B entry dot copy. Because of this copy, it'll figure out that even shit. Otherwise, it ends up with nulls. It's fine by fucking me. And that's not read only anymore. And then that can be a object initializer, and then you can return it. Staring at this thing too fucking long. It's never been hard for that. The context never had to be complicated. It's all I've needed to do. Okay, erase all this other crap. Basically, Fallen will never even hit. It only hit it for the agents, and that should be a lot smaller as well. The agents are a lot simpler than a fucking dictionary I don't know anything about. Trying to overgeneralize it. Yeah, here we go. Now we're looking at the real things. That fixed my problem. That's totally something else. It does seem to be actually copying shit now. Also, a hell of a lot less of them as well. So what was it again? What was it before? Before I did this, it was return this dot copy. How slow is that? We'll go with 3 turns, no graph, no nothing, no logging. 0.33, okay, I'll stick up to 4. 1.39 seconds. Do it the proper way. Okay, where was it before? About the same. Okay, whatever. 4 is still a lot. Like a lot. What do we care about right now? I honestly should have thought that. Fucking hours ago. Well, that code's not wasted. I'm gonna need a lot of that stuff for save games. No, I don't fix this bug. It's nothing for it other than debugging the fuck out of it. So just for the sake of argument right now, I'm gonna cheese this and give it a 2 string that just makes my life easier. Just make my life a little easier and have there's one other insight I am missing here. In game state node, I could do myself solid and throw that description underneath. I still have a debug view here. I do. Just chuck it underneath here. I'll pull it, whatever. Being state, show it, make it smaller, and I can just show whatever the beam state is. Nice and easy. So whenever I update the visuals, That's gonna help. Even though it should literally be above it as well, like right there. And look, it isn't. Fuck. That's good to know. So I was wrong. I was right. Some fucking bullshit copy and paste or missed thing. That's the problem with these. Oh, that's incredibly symmetrical. I like that. It's the problem with these really useful, super useful debugging tools. When they work and are correct, they're super useful. If they ain't, and you don't even know if the AI is actually working. So let's look at turn one. Clearly, I did some damage in turn one. Now some of this logging. Definitely did some damage. So let's find out why not. It's interesting. Whoa. That's not possible. Oh, I guess I could talk outside. 5 seconds. information here. Same or not? What? One. Fuck. Oh, fuck's sake. Shit. Oh. Damn it. Right, it's got to go for now. They are being thrown. With the prices of my money. So they are being thrown. Which makes sense. So look, enemy's health dropped. They cloned. Different place in memory. And their health went up. And they healed. 93, 93. Maya healed. Yeah, I can't trust these numbers. Okay, 92. 92.8. 92.8. These numbers. These make sense. 87. Heal for something amount, but the health went up. This doesn't make any sense. My healing didn't increase the health. Does that graph actually have heals? Let's go from 0. Minimum of 1. Always 0 for at least 1. Change that 5. Oh, it's just always with 1. No, that's all fucked up. It's random. I did some damage. 88.9. They healed and their health went down. Yeah, it is a different object. It's like slipping into the past or something. Alright, they're different objects. So it all feels like the same problem to me. Feels like the same problem. Let's hit the spot right. Source should be 100. The floor should be 100. Breaks a new timeline. The action I'm taking is attacked for 0 because the action hasn't been evaluated yet. So the 0 thing I can kind of understand. That I can understand, but that should still be 100. That should not be 100. I attack them. I got this bit wrong. Alright, let's break this down. Oh shit, that's the present still. That's wrong. This has to be the branch timeline. Let's still keep breaking it out. Full action target. The branch timeline is correct. Okay, I was using present before, so that would have fucked it up. But no, it wouldn't. It's just a fucking oh maybe. That would have been the previous turn. Targets. Fucking still 100. Still 100. I definitely attacked. Right, let's leave some of these. Leave some of this fucking logging. They're both off. It's copying agents. They have a different memory location. '92. This is totally wrong. This should be untouched. This should not be 92. That's this turn. Huh. Which means it's updating the turn behind it. 92, which means the next turn they heal and somehow lost health. Fucking hell, what is going on here? branch timeline. This isn't necessary anymore. Pre-start call. I did the pre-start callback. Okay, so this wasn't even necessary to pass this through. This means that wasn't necessary because if we start callback did that for me, that was kind of the fucking point of it. To hide the new branch timeline. Oh, this seems like really dumb. I know it. Craft game state. Let's be consistent here at least. It should be the same. The present. Okay, I need to be 100% sure. It's copying. How can I have a good? How can I even visualize this with the agents? Are they being copied or not? They have different memory locations, but doesn't mean. Okay, I need to know if it's actually copying the health. It's all JSON properties. Health right there. Unless it's doing some stupid shit with the. Yeah, it should be copied if it is a primitive. So let's see if we can find that in there. Member info. And field info. This should have. There definitely should be health in here. Team. I forget this attempting thing. This is not important. This is cluttering it up. I want to see the health being copied. Copying agent. Team. Effects. Items. I don't see health anywhere in here. Why is it not hitting health? Health should be turning up in here for sure. In class name. Class name is not helping me. Original object get type. Yeah, this is bullshit. I need to. This should be the parent object. member info. It's the fucking copy fields. Oh, fuck. Type to reflect has nothing to do with the original object. It's the same thing. That's the same goddamn thing. Why do I even bother there? Why do I even need type to reflect? The base type, that's why. I need this. I need some fucking lacking information here. Let's run it. Copy member team in team. Choose team and agent. There we go. Copy member team and agents. It's getting a parent class finally. It's internal copy. And what the hell's health? Why is it copying team? The team is not. Okay, well, first of all, is it doesn't need noun or primitive. That straws here. Needs a primitive. God, I did not use this fucking system in the first place. Alright. Team and effects. Not help. Or any of the other guys. These super primitive ones didn't. This is primitive, but apparently not. And the first thing I do is check if it has this on it, which it does. Member info. I not passing the member info through? Possibly. It has to be copy fields. This is a loop for all of them. The binding flags. Instance, non-public, or public, flatten hierarchy. Let's take this out for a second. Team effects. Team effects. Okay, I do have a filter here. The old public though. Except for this. Yeah, it's finding that one. Passing in non-private. I'm doing that because I have this stupid recursive shit here. Is this one? Okay, this one doesn't have a filter. So it should copy. Should copy the. Well, doesn't matter. There's no private, so I'm interested in. Let me just take this shit out from there. I think that's going to be the crux of our problem. It's not copying health. Figure that out. Right. I think for it, that's a debug the shit out of it. It'll take a while. It's a lot to go through. That's the list of agents. So I'm fine with that. Next. Now it's copying the actual items in the list. That's going to be the item. Oh shit. It's going to miss this bit because it's looking at. Oh, damn it. The member info was inside the list now. We're inside. Well, wherever I made it, we're inside a list of agents. That's Tangler serializable. I think I might need to be a bit do something drastic here. This is just giving me a giant headache. All right, what's that break? The game, good. So I wanted to break here. could change this type, make a custom type. It's kind of gross. Wait. No. Reproducing equal gross and having another copy for regions. Member-wise clone. That's not. Oh my god. Is this? No. Yeah, it's not gonna work anymore. Uh, not having a good programming day. If it's clonable, clone it, which means agent can now do actually clone itself if it wants to. Didn't hit it. Fuck it. the agent actually vulnerable? It is. Come on, come on. Still, fuck it. It never reaches this for the agents themselves. Never. It never reaches it for the agents. Oh, you covered this fucking shit here. And I guess it's to do with this problem again. I was starting to do this solution, and then I was like, hey, fuck it. I know angle context can just do this. But then let's copy again. So what I think I need to do here is be smarter. This stage. Basically less power for that area. A lot of a mess. I want to hit something. It's vulnerable. Bring your power back like that. Mess. Oh, come on. I'm doing this wrong with insignable. Pretty sure I'm gonna like because it's never hitting the agent. It just isn't hitting the agent. Which makes no sense because that's literally all this is supposed to wait. Hey, Welcome back. Okay, this isn't actually going to be looking at the individual elements. Well, it is though. It is. But the individual element is a list. So if I'm trying to drag the power back out of this fucking mess I've made down there, then I say, okay, cool. Well, if the entry is notable, that would be this. If the entry is a list, should be as simple as, well, let's do it again. Is list. This one would be some more fancy, but at least let's see if we can hit it for the agents. These have not imagined it's the agent, so I'm not imagining clone, but not much of it. Oh, come on. Here? Oh, not debugging. Whoops. Like, please. Oh my god. My legs. No, that won't. Come on. What is he even looking at? What is this shit? Where is it? What am I looking at? Name. List. You're it's naming it. What is happening? Number info. So fucking lost. I know like the most basic approach approach to do that, unfortunately, is not to use objects here ever right now. Which means in the game, don't use this. This is a list of agents. Have it as something like an agent list. It can have its own cloning thing. So disgusting. Yep. Oh, so you get hit. So like that, but that's really all I give a shit about. Seeing if I can hit that any of these debugs and make yeah, so this makes sense. You do agent list. Yep, take it. Basically, just base. I think we'll come back to this shit. Just want to see it. It's this or this. Just hit one of them. Fucking hell. Now the entry type has to be coming. So this can't be flowing. These values. It has a value of agent list. Literally, boom, agent list. Trying to copy an agent list. Boom, we're in here. Type. What do you mean? It's a runtime type now. It's still agent list, right? Full name, agent list. It is clonable. I made it that way. My is signable from, is equivalent to, is subclass of, instance of type. I'm just doing this signable wrong. We're explaining a lot of shit. Interfaces. Interface. Is an interface that C implements. Oh shit. I'm doing it backwards. I don't thought I've been doing it backwards this entire time. Let's try that. Oh my god. Oh gosh. I've been doing it backwards the entire time, and I have no one to blame but myself. That's I definitely made this mistake before. I've completely made this mistake before. Oh, you idiot! Fucking cash. Hey, where else am I doing this? Fucking long day. See, like the clues right there. They've been doing the same thing. Yep. Uh-huh. Shit. Okay. Reel it back in. Wow. This has not been the most useful day. that blew up. That's good. That means something actually tried and failed. Finally. Something blew up and well, I just made massive changes. So before I try to use any of this garbage I wrote this I've been using, well, I mean, can I? What if I just not clone it? Well, the whole idea was the clone of the clonables. Okay, one thing I probably know. I want to use clonable as much as possible. I'll say start because it gives me total control. And that's going to be the same as some of the commented out stuff I did here. So get the generic arguments if generic argument one is clonable the proper way this time. And this would be argument zero, it's a list. Motherfucker. Really? Okay, so I can get to copy entry now. It's just not getting to clone. Definitely is getting to clone. Definitely is getting copy entry. Maybe it's hitting there. Ah. Ah. Am I still using agent lists? I'm still using agent lists on it. That's in game. Scrap this plan. Use nuggets with agents. Really did not want to do it that way. Make it worse. Oh. Oh. Ah. Yeah. Okay, I don't know how to understand. But I'm hoping I can now hit agents clone. Right? Says it gets to here. Yeah, it's getting to here with the entry type of. Okay, I can't. No. We can't clone a list like that. I will fail. But I can now create, return a. I know it's a list. So I'm going to turn I lists the entry value dot select entry element select, which is I look on an I list. Well, I guess I know now they're iclonables. Establish that. And that's complaining candidates I. These are so hard to read. Incorrect number of parameters. Oh, select clonable. Enumerable. Okay, well, no, if return, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Select. Well, now I know it's a I list of iclonables. I should really know that by now. I've just established that. All right. Fuck. I know it's a list. Okay, bar list equals E. It's a list, so I lists of the entry value that far. List dot. Oh, I should have some stuff. List dot two. Can I make it more cheeky and just make the list? No, that one's gonna want can I loop over this? I can't index it, so I should be able to. Yeah. This is basically the same as a select, though. I don't see the fucking problem. So they don't know what to make a type of list I'm about to return. I guess it could be a list of objects. I know it's clonable. Oh my god. I know you're clonable. I got that far. How many clones? Elements in the list is a object. I've just made it an iClonable. Therefore, the fuck. Really? Casting didn't work. Right? So tedious. Dooby dooby doo. Yay, we finally got to somebody. Oh my god, we finally got there. Phones, everything. Jesus. Not the best programming day. So Yeah, please simplify that. Thank you. That's exactly what I did. It's not the. What's the difference? Oh, it probably needed to be. This is disgusting, by the way. Heads up. So gross. So fucking gross. Oh, and of course. Oh my god, the whole time I could have been using is I retire. Jesus. Um, don't try to test this other than let's see if it fails or not. And then he'll just have to failure he means these days. Okay, specify not valid. Uh-huh. Don't for me. Oh, we hit it already. Value is a list of agents, so go ahead and fucking do it. What's the whole thing? Okay. This is a better one. So at start. Nice and easy. Easy to find. Oh, easy to find. What? Specific cast not valid. Basically, he's trying to cast this, and obviously, context agents probably doesn't exist. We're spitting out no. No, I would have got that. If that's the case. So whatever it did spit out. Company saying weird. List of agents. I mean, go. List of agents. List of agents. It's always a list of agents. Somewhere. It's a race condition. All right. Well, it's properly cloning the agents now. But I'm a little bit bloody suspicious of this fucking mess like this. But it is cloning the agents. Reaching it. reaching this. And what we want out of here is a list of agents. So it's returning an I list. Oh, it's turning this into a list, I list, casting, is that casting everything inside its an object? Yeah, casts them all to objects, then selects them as clonables, then he clones them, and then makes a list. So that looks legit. Not asking you to do that. But yeah, it's turned into objects. Oh, damn. It's a list of objects now, not a list of agents, so that'll fuck it up. Do I want a dynamic cast? I do this. That's assumptions is fine. Mhm. Oh god, that's a bit gross. It's not what I'm looking for. It's list. Yeah, I'm thinking too hard again. Thinking too bloody hard again. Are they clonable? Yep. Well, clone them into. Wondering how much the other shit might work. Now I've realized I had my is assignable back on backwards. My assignables are completely fucked before, and now I'm wondering how much of this shit works. Probably not a lot. I mean, this might get hit. I don't think this is gonna work. This is just curious to see if it hits that one though. So this entire time. Oh, agent array. Apparently it's a clonable. That's not bad, right? I was never agent array clonable. Yeah, you can't call it. You can't do that. Can't go clone on something it doesn't have. Yeah. I'm still not fan. Back away from this crap. Back to at least nice sort of chance. See, not. I want it to be a list of objects. I want it to be a list of something, but I can't put fucking agent. It's not gonna work. Well, it will work, but let's. You don't know that. Still some money cast, which means it's probably not a list of agents. This is fucking copying it now. You want to clone it. I want it to come back out as the same type. I don't want it to be a list of objects. Cannot be that list of objects. Although, what's out of curiosity, mm-hmm. Even C++ could do this thing. Come on. Convert. Convert to all. Convert all. What do we do? This looks like I could do casting. That's the generic version. Is there a non-generic version? Hmm. Stuff. Fuck this stuff. God damn. Fuck. I just want to use the type keyword. Right. Fuck. Yeah, C sharp. Path to dynamic type. It's like that simple. It does it a million times. Everything dynamics. Yay. Now let's change type. This guy one. Why is it so hard to fucking. Oh, could it work? That's a list of objects. That's a list of objects. Okay, what's this? Oh, no. Well, I mean, I'm just converting it. It's still fucking. It's still a list of objects. I need to cast. It's so goddamn helpful. That's cloning them all. That's done. Another list of objects. Now I want to turn them into whatever the original list was, the proper list. Pull it lazy list for now, because I know it will be. I don't want to cast each thing inside to an agent. That's going to make no difference because this is still an agent list. Still gonna be a list of objects. I need to like make a create a dynamic type on the go. Just a curiosity, but let's do it. It'll know. Object must be icon. I'm fried, guys. This is not hard stuff. It really isn't. It's not difficult stuff. I'm just fucking fried. Fucking code. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Like, it's one of the things that you walk away from, you look at them when you go like, oh, Cash, you fucking idiot. All I was trying to do, I'm so far down the rabbit hole, I forgot what I know what I'm trying to do, but like, I'm trying to clone this. But it's one layer of complexity deeper than just a clone, because this could be lists. In fact, agents is the string, and a list of agents is the object. That'll never get hit right now. This will always get hit because the only thing in there is a list of agents. And I find out, hey, what's the thing? What's the type of element? It'll be this will be the element type. I'm like, sweet. I know what element type it is. It is. Is it something I can clone? Which agents can be? The full point of the cloning part. They're clonable. So I'm like, yep, I can do that. So I get into here, and now all I want to do is make sure I spit out a list of agents, not a list of objects. So the list of objects, which is simple, I just return this goddamn mess. Which is hideous, but does the trick. And returning the clone list. The problem is that ends up going into the new context as a list of objects, not a list of agents, which then fucks up when I look at, well, I'll show you where it fucks up. Start running it right here. Right there, it fucks up. I can't cast that. Try the other word. It should be the same. It's right here. It's like, nope, you can't take a list of objects. This is where it all blows up. It still is at this point a list of agents. When I hit the attack button. Ah, what's it coming from? History update. Okay, well, don't do that. I like to pull. Cool. And it comes around the next time, and this is still a list of agents. It's probably looking at agents. There. So now it's a list of objects. How come there was just a bunch of them? Okay, that would be for the very original one. So now it's a list. They can't do it. They can't turn a list of objects. totally fucking can't. At least at this point, I know what it should be. So, I guess I can be more explicit at this point. It's disgusting. It shouldn't have to be. But I do know I'm dealing with agents now. So I can say, like, select up to. Okay, so first of all, that is, oh, first of all, that's a list of objects. And now I know it's a list of objects. I can say, well, to list agent. No, to apps. Not to list. It's out of type. I'm gonna skip over this for a while. It's fine. Run. The first time it's gonna be a bunch of listed agents. Oh. Die by the way. I guess because I just did the same thing. I just did the same thing you're not supposed to be able to do. I just tried to convert a list of objects to a list of agents. That's exactly what it's been telling me you can't do the entire time. What about list of agents? List of agents. List of agents. You get a null somewhere in there or error. Yeah, error. Cast it. Can't do it. I know it's what it's supposed to be. Just doing the same thing as this casting it, so it's no difference there. Right, C sharp. But that's the objects. Something else. Perfect. Someone's in the same wavelength. You're making it so easy, like it's not a big deal. So Well, there is one difference between a list of objects and a list of agents, and that a list of agents are clonables, which all objects are not clonables, which is a problem. I've removed this requirement. Well, it'll break a lot of other things, but you can't force an object to be an interface that it's not. You just say, no, dude, we can't do that. So this goes back to my original potential solution of making all of these clonables. Which really didn't do any harm at all. But I gave up on it because I was trying something else, I guess. And now I know the entry must be clonable, which simplifies things a lot. This is always true. So you know you're good. You know that's always true. You know this is always true. This is irrelevant. It doesn't get used. And that only works. That doesn't work for the list of agents though. So that's you need to do this first. Oh no, that was the issue. Is that an agent list is not clonable. So in game, like undo the hell out of this then. Way back, way back. Suspicious casts. Alright, just not clonable. Start. Still a suspicious class. Cast. So the thing is, my brutal fix was to have an agent list. It's this gross thing here, public class agent list, which is not like a horrible because they can actually having just make that list of agents. So it gives you quite a lot of other useful things you can do in here. And now that would have a constructor that would take a list of agents, not just all of the dates, agents, and ask public. And now you're pretty much sitting on because agent lists will now be clonable. This bit's easy. Just return a new agent list where you take the items. Well, it's the base doing so the items. Collection, items. I guess new this dot select. And because you know they're agents, you would say agent.clone. And you're good to go. and it's supposed to be an object, so yeah, you have to cast this. But therein lies the problem again, because now you're still casting it. I guess I'll fuck this shit up. Just forget all that for a minute. And the game's gonna break. This has to be a new agent list. Like that. This broke something well far away in context. Yeah, this breaks anything that we try to set. Like a simple thing, like just a variable. So that's not a clonable. So that breaks a lot. So that's not a solution either. I was so obsessed with making values like this fucking Tangler context. I was so obsessed. So fucking obsessed with having it so you can just index things by strings. And the reason for that was modability. When the entire time I could have just done this. Which you heard nobody. No harm done there. Right. With no harm, no foul. And this would be for other stuff that doesn't need to be. This would be things for just like simple shit, like just like integers and shit. And then this has to be fancy now. Like it's agents are core enough to the whole thing that like there we go. I mean, it's not really a copy. I suppose I could probably copy that. God knows where you'd end up. Well, it's gonna end up being copying primitives. Whereas now I'd say, yo, agents. And that would just be agents dot select agents one. That's oh read only. Oops. Oh, because yeah, because clone always returns. So I think that's one way you can do it, and then you just don't. Oops. You just don't know what it does. Just get a line, just allows a clone of the object. Back in the game, you don't worry because you don't set that anymore. You say agents. You go to agents. And you don't need an agent list anymore. And you're not a super shit hot programmer that can figure everything out. I can program 70 hours in a week. Goddamn work. Oh, boy. This is the progress. I can always come back and make things fancier. I want to see some progress. I keep agents because you don't need it anymore. It's cool. contact dot agents. Keep it simple, stupid, and algebra. And I'm not saying it's fix anything. It's, there's still the underlying problem that the health was not changing. This health's not changing. And this is changing. So let's keep that simple, stupid, and look at this, how those work, considering they're on the same node. So there's no way, well, the text here has not been updated. Well, you can tell that it's been updated. So I've seen the text is right there. And that is my game state node. Code for that. Whatever is setting the text, we sell it the same. The health text. This is taking, obviously taking the health. This text, wherever it is. Player health. That's not being set. It's only happening in start. So of course that's not going to work. You need like a second wind here. I think that's no second wind. Honestly, I should never just be setting this like where it has been used. That was dumb. Just never should have done that. What was there anything else fancy in there? Oh, yeah, that was a reason. It's like a background color. Okay, so that's still sensible. Update the text and color. Colors. And now we have accurate. Except turn 0 is being updated. That shouldn't happen. So turn 0. We have alignment now on these, which is great. Great. You can see that these are different objects, but turn 0 is wrong. Turn 0 should always be 100, 100. This one should be the one that has less health. It looks like I attacked it twice. I think I did attack it twice. So now we have a logic bug in how history's working. Let's come back now. Our history's working is not correct because one of these guys is using the wrong game state. And you know for a fact, the very, very, very first game state, which is second start, this current game state is not being used. It's being changed. It should always be. Current game state should always be 100 health, which is what it creates it in the first place. So something, when I added the features to the graph, which is the bit that actually creates the node, so this is definitely right here. This game state is being reused. So it's adding that node, but it's also moving to that future, which makes the present equal that. So if I make any changes to the present's being used, well, whenever we move to the future, but the very first time I hit attack, so we start the thing out, it should be 100. Turn 0, 100. If I attack, that 100 is changed. It shouldn't happen. So when a player did an action on player action, first we find the action. Yeah. It's indeed a time loop. We find the action. We create a new graph action, which is going to be the and here it is, right here. We're getting a team agent from the present. We then branch to a new future in here, the branch timeline. These are no longer accurate. The actions agents aren't accurate anymore. They're from the past. Or worse, a different timeline. We can't do this here. But that's okay, because we're passing action into here. So we don't do this here. The definition's fine, that's never going to change. But once we branch the timeline, now we can change the action. So what's this? This is set E. Because when we branched, we definitely don't use present, we used the branched timeline. That's where the clones come in. Or reason we clone these guys. We branched the timeline, made a new state, cloned the context, therefore cloned all of the agents, everything was brand spanking new. And now we can find them on a branch timeline. Set the actions, source, and targets to those found in the new timeline. I think zero wasn't touched. I attacked on turn one. Their health went down. It's reflected there. That's a terrible timeline where I heal myself. This is another one. For some reason they didn't get a turn. I'm only getting turns now. That's actually good progress because everything reflects now. Everything's accurate. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So now I'm curious about when we branch the timeline, one thing we do is take the team to the future turn team, which is a really shitty name for a variable, which is the source team. So whoever created this new timeline, I created it in this case. When I clicked on the button, I created a brand new timeline with the source team being me. So it got the before and after health. This is still broken, no biggie. But this is me. So I branch the timeline. It makes a new timeline based on the present. It shouldn't be me anymore. It shouldn't be me anymore. It should be the other team. I would venture a guess that this is wrong. It's friendly, enemy, allies friendly. It's taking the next turn. We're moving to the next turn. It makes sense we're changing to turn team as well. That would make sense to me. I don't know what I expect to see happen. Probably not much, but the one thing we can tell from our turns is the color of the top here. color of the top should be who's it's green. It was my turn. What player's turn? Turn was yeah. So the turn team, if it was so before I made that change, okay, maybe I'm wrong then. I think I might be wrong there. Because the first one when it actually shows my action I took should be green, and it wasn't. Now it should be turn 0. Turn 0 doesn't even, I don't know if turn 0 soon. Turn 0 doesn't really fucking count. Turn 1 was my turn. I attacked for 0. I'll figure that one out later. And the ones after that, enemy. And then green again, mine. So currently, the enemy's not doing anything. That should be a pretty obvious one to find. So I'm not sure that's right. I think it was right before. History. When does the enemy do something? If they're thinking. They finish thinking. And they waited for their turn to end. But doing all that, during all of that thinking they've done, they've been creating all these futures for themselves and me. Whenever they create one for themselves, it's based on and here we run into the same problem. Exact same problem. You can't set these because the source and target have to be based on these. Which doesn't actually make a difference because I overwrite them. I create a new graph action. I give them some blah 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 based on the wrong timeline, and then I stomp on them here. But this is wrong, and that's our problem. Hard-coded friendlies. I copy and pasted this terribly. Horribly copy and pasted. But we also don't need these anymore. It's dealt with for us. I would like to kind of simplify this before I get crazy. Let's test if anything changed. One variable at a time. Well, look at that. He's doing something now. I attacked for still says 0, but I figured that out in a minute. And then the goat did something. And it actually did do something. It says 0 there, but the health went up. And the one that they decided to do was the one they healed, and I also healed. You know, they thought that was a good idea. Actually, yeah, looking at all the outcomes, that was the best idea. I must have really fucking hit him hard. But forgetting that, they're taking their turns now. Can we color code those? When we add things to the history, we initialize it. And because it's an event, that's the concern list. So it's the same thing here. This is let's not do that two string. Let's give it the oh no wait, no. Let's do something similar to this. If the event this should be easy. Let's say the event dot I guess the source. Yeah, the source we do. Currently the source is always. So if it's the source, and that's the friendly, then we will just wrap this. And otherwise, oops. What was the color? It's down. Otherwise, we do with orange. One thing at a time. There we go. Color coded. Now the final thing, the one that's been pissing me off the entire time. Why does it say 0? Because it looks accurate now. Something in the history, it's that before and after stuff. Yes. It's broken. So I'm gonna have a quick cigarette and I'm gonna fucking fix this shit. Back in a minute. So don't try to think too hard, just watch it happen. Figure that out. All right. I attacked, so the present's going to be 100. 100. Branch of timeline. So now it does have unique agents. I'm using a branch timeline to get the agent. So it should be a different agent, which we can check with our hash, which I'm not showing. I'll add that. Should definitely be different. Let's see. Let me get game state everywhere here. It should still be the branch timeline. So this should be the same. Yeah, they should be the same. But they should have changed. And they are the same. Wait. Oh, Cash, you idiot. I never ran the actual graph. This is where the graph is run. I just created the graph. I started the graph, but I never triggered the actual timeline of them. That has to happen first. It's happening right here. See the shock turtle? Thanks for tuning in. Have a good sleep. And there we go. It works. Oh man. gross. But yeah, that fixed it. And this, when it's used, this change when it's used. Uh, less responses. All right. So post-mortem of today, I left myself with what I thought were UI bugs, but were definitely not UI bugs. They were deep-seated, nasty time travel bugs. And then I got fucking carried away and forgot. Keep it simple, stupid. I was a goddamn hero. Probably hide that debug display now. If it's necessary. And I did give 0 there. Not out of the woods yet. No, that's correct. No. When my health changed, if I healed myself when I was at full health, then it would be the health is capping, I think. Yeah. So yeah, we would get a 0. Now let's give them a bit more brains, let them run for 2 turns. That gives them kill the repeater. No, pretty good. That is with logging disabled, but sure. Still hate this graph. You can make myself feel better, I'll try to make the graph look a bit like shit. Like that, for instance. I believe I was doing 50 times a frame. Oh yeah, well that's nice. See if they're making a smart choice. Yeah, that seems ideal. They're winning. And it would be my turn, so the red in the background means it's the shittest for me. So if I end turn, they should choose the one where they had, oh, they healed themselves. Not necessarily for the amount that they thought they would have, but they guessed they would. Yeah, they didn't get a great heal. But it was their best bet. So I can keep attacking them. They think their best move is healing themselves again. Okay, what actually happened is I've been getting some really good rolls. With this much thinking ahead, and now this is that bug. After a certain amount of time, this bug kicks in. Things start drifting away. I hate it. And it's happening here too. Alright, well, I have cleared up quite a lot of technical debt today. So I'm going to call it with the bug I need to fix now. That's really bugging me is that fixed, that fixed. Fix physics graph physics the yeah nodes. Soon doesn't stop attractive chilling. I'm thinking that's what that is. Alright, commit. What did I fix? It's some nasty second dead. Bug. Notice UI bugs. Simplified. Tangletorn context. To just how it's this and those two boots. Added a bunch of shit I don't actually need. Probably remove that stuff. I'm not using it. Well, where do those things go? Packages. I shouldn't be committing packages. Hmm. I should be able to revert all that stuff. I don't need any of this stuff. Oh yeah, tons of shit. Oof. Pretty sure I can just get rid of those. Didn't even bother recompiling. So that out of the way. Didn't need that stuff. And that'll work. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, thanks guys. Thanks for tuning in. Have a lovely evenings. See you next week, I guess. You too. See you guys.
Cheers, Tom.